Ask him what he wants. I was tired. My train to London was late by 4, and I was due on the set some 6 hours the next morning. I just wanted to get to bed. Yes, Helen. Helen, oh, yes, yes. Well, you better send him up. Surprisingly, I recognized my visitor the moment he walked in. I say surprisingly because the last time I had seen David was at his home, right on. In all these it's good of you to see me, sir. I'm sorry to barge in like this. Damn cheap about writing it all right. But I don't know who else to turn to. Sit down, David. Has been a long time. Another world, sir. Like what manner? I've not that again. How's your mother? It's because of her that I'm here. She's not well, sir. Oh, I am sorry, David. Very sorry. You see, she once told me that you and she have been, well, close. That was a long time ago, David. Tuesday, another world. What's wrong? She hasn't been really well since the night of that Guy Fawkes party at Brighton. Do you remember? Yes. She had some shock. We never discovered what it was. She wouldn't or couldn't talk about it. Most of the time, she's quite rational, but she has violence. She has to be protected. Do you understand me? She lives quietly in Hampton Sanatorium. But can't she be cured? The doctors and nurses are very kind, but it seems her mind has gone. Oh, no. At first, I couldn't accept it either. Mother had been such a gentle person. I resented a God who had let such things happen. Even her doctors didn't seem able to help her. So I made up my mind to become a doctor, try to beat them at their own game. I take my final next year. Then I hope to specialize. Of course, I wish you all the luck in the world, David. That goes without saying, but I really don't see how I can help you. Well, but you can help, sir. You see, Mother won't see me. She won't even have me in the same room with me. She won't tell anyone why. Well, you could see. You were there that night. Find out what's behind it. Why she hates me so. Then we can begin to treat it. But please don't say no. She's talked about you to the nurses. I don't think they really believe she knows such a famous man. Please do this for me, sir. I know she'd love to see you. Would Helen really be so pleased? Yeah, after all these years. We'd been art students together at London University way back in 35. She was an attractive, vital girl, and naturally competition to take her out. Me. Can I have a drink, Vincent? Certainly. I want to talk. Let's walk away. Listen, Vincent. I'm going to get married. You did say married. I've thought about it, and it seems a good solution. Version to what? You're not finished. Well, may I ask the name of the lucky man? Frank Thomas. Frank Thomas. Oh, now I know you. No, I'm not. Yeah, can I? Well, no. Before you say it, listen to me. I've got no illusions about my talent. So you're selling out? Cynically, but accurately. I've lost interest, I'm afraid. Helen, do you know what sort of a reputation Frank Thomas has? A lot of doctors about finding enemies. Nothing definitely proven yet. Says about being rich, of a lovely house in the country. Yes, I've heard about right like that. Helen, you're not marrying a house. Oh, yes. My older sister in spring before Tai Chi. My older after 28 days of Tai Chi. After that, my feelings toward Helen took a decidedly chilly turn. Until she asked me, I started sweating. Instead, I returned to America and got on with my professional career, which, as it turns out, was effectively out of my mind. Sort of thing. But yes, yes, and then I always find these countryside captivating. My only visit to the Donaldson's home was some 15 years ago after that last night out with Helen. I was back in England to discuss the new movie, but one day, totally out of the blue, I received a letter asking me to attend a Guy Fawkes firework party at Michael's Manor. At first, I couldn't think who I could possibly know at such an exalted address. Then I realized it must be Helen. Although we had not parted on the best of terms, my curiosity got the better of me. I badly wanted to know how things would work out for us, so I decided to accept the invitation. I couldn't get away from town until late, which meant I arrived at the house after the other guests had finished supper. It was one of those deliciously crisp evenings you can all anyway. So I paid off the taxi at the bottom of the drive and approached Raglan Manor across the lawn, the best way to see it. Fairy lamps being strung along the trees in front of the terrace, and I could see the green bonfire waiting to be lit. Above it, as if surveying the scene, was the guy. It was tied to what appeared to be a plank in heavy back so that the straw wouldn't fall out. Silhouetted against the lamp, twisting in the trees, the lights of the house. It looked uncannily lifelike. I even fancied that its eyes caught the light, reflecting it like those of a cat. It was obviously constructed with the loving care of an artist. Helen met me at the door. I like Helen. I'd love to have a board room. Helen, let me look at it. Now, how did it? Helen, how have you been? So bad. I told you nothing you didn't already know. But go on, tell me. Why have you stuck it out all these years? And how did Dave get on with his father? Oh, poor Helen. David takes after you. I fancy he had That's how it is.
Possibly. But why do you say that?
Well, my dear, I'm deducing that she feels that I saw her that case. Remarkable work. There's some haunting quality about it.
Thank you. You'll be pleased. You weren't laughing.
If your son becomes an artist, you won't waste your own talent.
Thank you. That was a very nice thing to say. I want to send David away to boarding school. I think it's important to get him away from his father's environment. You see, lately their relationship has deteriorated.
What caused that? Anything specific?
Well, there was a rather unfortunate incident about 2 weeks ago. Searching report on the estate. A crime Frank won't report. They were trapped in a cop, and Frank came forward to smoke them out. David was there when they were brought out. You see, men sucked out at the last possible moment, and they were so flattened and salt that their features were unrecognizable. Most of their clothes were gone, and they just lay on the ground and writhed in agony. Two died at hospital. Touch and go whether the third will recover.
Sure, my dear, that seems sure. Didn't anyone think to complain?
It was hushed up. After all, it wasn't Frank who was breaking the law. He was just protecting his property. And then there was the father.
Come on, sir. Don't be so namby pamby. I suppose you wonder what I saw. A boy or a girl. I can't see what's wrong in having a puppy. Lots of boys do. You call that a policy, a puppy. When are you going to keep it? In that shoebox? How long is it going to fit into that? I don't intend to keep it here. I'm taking it to boarding school. That's what the box is for. Bloody well not, you know. You think the headmaster's going to say, rid of it before term time. Meanwhile, a damn thing out of my
The nation's favorite pet health plan. Pet Health Club. With over 800 practices nationwide, carrying nearly 1 million pets, bringing peace of mind for less than £1 a day. Find your local Pet Health Club practice today. You've seen this the sad speech David had found somewhere. Frank Smith, like, probably because it was among them. Stray, probably the rust litter. He never could stand anything that wasn't perfect. Mother, are you in there? Come in, darling.
Hello, Mother.
David, this is.
Yes, I recognize you. Your picture was in last night's paper, sir. How do you do? I've seen all your films.
David enjoyed the macabre.
He was a good-looking boy, sturdy and well-built, I think. Good at furniture, or a company up with it. In fact, he was everything his father should have been proud of. I noticed that he was carrying a shoebox.
What's your next film going to be about?
I don't know. As a matter of fact, I don't know what my last one was about. How's your puppy? Is it in the box?
The box. It's empty. The puppy is dead.
Oh,
I
sorry,
found it
David.
this evening in one of those awful traps father laid down for the poaching. It had been struggling for hours. Both its hind legs were broken. So I had to put it out of its misery.
David.
Did it yourself?
I had to. There was no one else around. Luckily, there was this big black stone. It didn't take long.
Luckily, I've seen those pups. Frank had them for fun after catching those poor devils. They're hideous and mean. I told him how dangerous they are, but he said that they're the way to stop them. The rapture
I'm
bunch.
not at all familiar with English law, Helen, but surely you put the cat up for assault or manslaughter. What's happened?
Darling, I'm so sorry about it.
It's all right, Mother. Father wouldn't have let me keep it anyhow. I got over it now. Oh, by the way, are you parents carry out the guard.
Yes, I saw the guys that came in. It was splendid.
I made it myself. He's wearing one of Father's old suits.
Why don't you go out and light the bonfire? Bryce and I will join you presently. Take the other guests out onto the veranda, and then after time, light a few of the rockets. We'll keep the pheasants till later.
Oh, Mother, I nearly forgot. Father is gone.
Gone. In the
He
middle
had a
of
phone call right after supper. Something urgent at the office. He left a short while ago.
without a word. How likely? Now I'll have to apologize.
I don't think he'll be missed.
That will do, David. Now run along.
Yes, Mother. See you later. Right again.
Frank really. The trouble is, he's trying to do it.
I'm sure he tried.
No, no, he's taken quite ill of something. He's been sleeping about it. These doctor gave him some pills, but they don't seem to agree with him. If anything, he's more nervy and erratic than ever. But his life with David's puppy is completely irrational.
Dave, I'm sorry for him.
Yes, poor David.
Oh, look. They're starting the fireworks and lighting the fire. Shall we go out on the terrace? Oh, by the way, will you be warm enough without a coat?
Thanks. Oh, look. They lit the bonfire.
Yes. I've always loved this festival. There. All our fires. No.
You were right, my guy. That looks so real. That's strange.
What?
You smell anything odd?
No. No, I don't think so. I never had a chance to talk to Helen alone again that night. Suddenly I realized that it was much later than I thought I would have to dash if I were to catch the last train. For some reason, I had no wish to stay in that house, and Helen was nowhere to be seen. I did see David, though, and felt that if I sent my goodbyes through him, I could drop Helen a line the next day. Well, I never did write. An unplausible lack of good manners, which to this day I've never been able to explain. David stood watching the bonfire, utterly absorbed in the destruction of his handiwork. The flames licked around the straw-covered hands of the guy. He appeared to gain great satisfaction when the planks cracked into splinters. The weird particularly beat portion is slowly falling off below.
There goes the guy, sir. See how well it burns? I soaked it in paraffin to make sure. Lucky the rays held off tonight, isn't it, sir?
You're really enjoying it, aren't you, Nick? You'll have to make a bigger one next year.
Oh, next year. It won't be at all the same.
As I waited for the station taxi to arrive, I stood watching the spectacle. Helen had been right. There was an acrid tang in the air, which I put down to the wood smoke, probably mixed with the approach of the November fog. There's always something splendid and grand about this slow burning of a great fire. I couldn't help comparing it to the fires used for the burning of witches and heretics in the States. But after all, symbolically, that's what it was. The laughing guests standing round watching the scene lose their intensity to Mother Rose. They became judges and officers of the Inquisition, chiefly satisfied as their tortured victims turned and twisted and shriveled in the purging flames. I guess that's what being an actor does for you.
The sanatorium. It's just here on the right. Wake up, sir. We're nearly there.
Oh, I was. What became of your father?
My father. Oh, didn't I tell you? We never saw him again after that night he left Mother. There were rumors that he had some girlfriend waiting mother. His going was the best thing that ever happened to us. It was a brute when he was here, and I hope to God he's dead now. He is, as far as I'm concerned. So we're here.
Looking for your garden towel? Get yourself to Cull. However you use your outside space, our great volume dealers will get your garden sorted. Shop in store, online, or visit our app with free click and collect on selected styles. Cull, the home of home.
I followed him into the large house and thought I'm happy in that sense. I still couldn't decide if I were right to come. My qualms grew as we approached Helen's room. She was sitting on the bed, huddled and emaciated, her hair gray and languid. For a moment I thought there must be some mistake in this. Not the Helen I'd known as a student, or indeed the hostess of Dryhouse Manor. Why had it been? Hello, Helen.
Is it really you?
And you?
You were right, weren't you? You told me not to marry Frank.
Get it and try to get well.
I will never get well.
Oh, Helen, the doctor says you're much better. Stephen, son, I won't you see him?
I have no son.
Tell me what's wrong, won't you let me know?
You can't help me. No one can.
Just David. I'll let you
No,
for you.
no, I won't tell you. No.
It's all right. Now, calm down. Nobody's forcing you to do anything, darling.
No, no, please, no, no, please.
Your mother said that.
You remember the night with that smell, that dreadful smell?
Helen,
It's all right. It's one of the factors.
Still, does anybody look for the sleeping pill?
Helen, my dear, please be quiet. If I can only find out what's troubling you.
I looked for you, but you can't. Why did you go off with me? You never even said goodbye. You never wrote not a word.
No, I
It doesn't stop anymore. Something wrong with love. I have something to tell you, sister. I'm going to marry Frank Thomas. He's rich. He's got a lovely house. Oh, there's something I must remember. I must tell you this. I've got all I want, but there's no love in this life. This right.
Oh, my dear,
I've got a wonderful son. His name is David. He's his father.
Helen,
And more. So, there isn't much time. I'm all right. I must tell you. That night, while it's in my mind, Frank was ill after supper. David was sitting next to his father, on his right, next to the wine glass.
say it, Helen.
Don't you understand me? I can't say anymore. Oh, God, what please? What do you do?
Helen, don't. Please.
Please go. I'm tired. So tired.
David, your mother is detected last night your father walked out.
There's something I didn't tell you. I looked up part of our family records. There's insanity. Mother's illness appears to be hereditary. Not necessarily. This is what I want to research. Nobody really knows how to define hereditary insanity. Perhaps when I'm qualified, I'll be able to help.
2 years later, Helen was dead, still without being reconciled to her son. The last time I saw David at her funeral. Of course, I followed his career within united at 35, now dead at 37. Back in my flat, I sat in front of the fire. Rain danced in front of my eyes, and my fireplace assumed the shape of a bonfire. Without any prompting, a string of blue I possessed unconnected flashed through my mind. Whether they were clues to what really happened or might have happened, I could not know. But they didn't make a pretty story.
David was there when the purchase were brought out, dead, burned, blackened, scorched.
Both the puppy's hind legs were broken. It had been struggling for hours.
I've seen those traps. They're hideous and lethal.
The shoebox. It's empty. Empty.
Honestly, I can't believe it.
Frank was taken ill and suffered. David was sitting next to the wine glass. Nobody looked for the sleeping pills.
By the way, I used old Carter's wheelbarrow. I made the guy myself.
But boy, no, it's just not possible.
I've got a wonderful son. He hates his father.
See how well it burns? I poured some paraffin to make sure.
That's dreadful. Phil, don't you understand? Don't you?
But it really had happened like this. A boy brooding on his father's ruin. Hand poised over a wine. Substituting the original guy stuffing straw into the sleeve and trouser end, a sturdy and well-built boy who could drag the body of a man into a wheelbarrow tied to a plank. I remembered how uncannily lifelike the guy seemed, and the roasting of human flesh would have been after its sour smell, wouldn't it? I remembered what David said in the car. Hadn't he told me himself that his mother's illness was hereditary? And if it was, why should it not? As I picked up the newspaper that had fallen to the floor, the last line of the article caught my eye. Found in exhibit amongst the dead man's papers was an old shoebox full of some charred black substance, which was later identified as flesh bone. Well, that's the story. Call me fanciful and maybe right. After all, I have no clue. But one thing for sure, it'll be a long time before I accept another invitation to a bonfire party for Guy Fawkes. That was Vincent Price, bringing you the price of gin. Co-starring in Guy Fawkes was Adrian Cull, with Alexander John, Derek Lambert, and Peter Friends. Guy Fawkes was first contracted and dramatized by Richard Davis, produced by Jonathan Ive. refreshment lounge or the airport, I met up again with Marianne. I spotted her several minutes before she saw me, but the recognition was as immediate as if the intervening years had never been. The same cool, poised awareness, even in that overcrowded, bustling setting, a kind of inner authority, difficult to describe. It made the frustrations of the flight, even the possibility of an overnight stop, only too worthwhile. The fact that her husband, the international violinist David Clementes, was bound to be traveling with her, if in circles they long been nicknamed the Inseparables, offered the opportunity of a double treat.
My dear Vincent, it's sweet of you to say so, but oh, but nice to stop. What about that dreadful panic at the other end?
Mess.
I could just picture it, like hot-blooded Italian director tearing at his hair, foaming at the mouth, threatening death and destruction in all directions if you don't turn up on the next flight.
You got it all wrong, Maria. Matter of fact, I took the precaution of giving myself a couple of days leeway. Besides, from what I can gather, your hot-blooded Italian happens to be an alcoholic jerk who can't tell night from day, and has been bucketing with rain for weeks. By the time they get around to my leave, they can manage several remakes of War and Peace. Agreed?
Thanks.
Well then, out. How's the mice?
Oh, oh, it is. Huh?
Well, more to the point, where's the mice? Well, let's face it, the old crowd always refers to the two of you as the inseparable. Oh,
Yes. Yes, they did.
now, don't tell me. You got into their king underneath the table. Stradivari stewed and at the ready. But was it to be romance or a touch of which choice?
Well, David came on ahead an earlier night.
Oh,
Well, nothing serious. Not a business agent, an impresario. Well, you know well. Besides, he's never appeared in this particular hall before, and it's a violent circle that's got a reputation for the dead. Something is not a bit jittery about him, this.
typical Dave. Always the perfection.
Yes. Yes, he was, huh?
He could tune up at the bottom of a mine shaft and still chart for an exhausted tree.
Yes, he could.
Marianne, you all right?
Yeah, what? I'm just, I'm
Global Air to announce the cancellation of their Flight 108 route caused by a technical failure beyond their control.
Oh, damn the wind is cool. Off.
on your side?
Oh, inevitable death.
Passengers are requested to report to the inquiry desk for details of overnight accommodation and alternative bookings for the continuation of their
Yeah,
journey.
that's settled.
Mesdames,
Well, what could be nice? Night on the town in Cape Abbey. All courtesy of good old global air. To begin with, you can wangle me a ticket for the maestro's concert, even if it does mean swinging from one of the chandeliers.
But
I know I insist. Afterwards, I'll come backstage, whisk him away from the tax suckers, and carry the pair of you off to a secret little bistro I've been saving in Montmartre. What they call just the thrill.
Oh, but surely, if you've got an early morning flight to catch,
Yeah. If anything matters, it's almost as though you'd rather I stayed well clear.
no, no, it's nothing really, nothing in the world. Well, it's really wonderful seeing you again.
I think the same will go for David.
David, well, of course, why should it be up?
My ticket for the concert was waiting for me at the foxhole, as promised. The attendant handed it across coolly, no, almost contemptuously.
Well, let's understand. My favorite new product, which is a Lipstain Badass Super Long Leader from Wonder Skin. You apply and then wipe it off in like 15 seconds later, and the color just amazing and it lasts forever. And it's cheap, whimsical, and I can imagine it looks perfect. I mean, it's crazy because it looks blue. Like if you literally put it on your lips, it looks blue, and then you wipe it off and it's just beautiful color. Because the best because are exfoliated and dried
I'd expected some kind of covering note by Mariana David. I passed through the heavy velvet dress, stood back in the circle. There was no usher to examine my ticket, and there was little need. At a generous estimate, I reckon the whole house would be moved forward and still barely filled the front 3 rows. Their mild enthusiasm proved premature. Sufficient to say the performance was a travesty. The adverse notice justified. The Lord rested those who had ignored them and made the effort was undertaken totally vindicated. But it wasn't until the instant, grateful for my over-advised cognac in the crush bar, that I tried to grasp the cause, the reason for what I just witnessed. I settled for one word: contempt. Contempt on the part of the soloist. It summed up his attitude and performance exactly. Even visually, the violin is at the center of this indifference for the grotesque of the nameless commences I remember. The soloist, charm and superlative talent in one art critical training in every major concert hall in the world. A veritable PhD. Thank you. Sure, the man who is famous so far, even now, scared out, making my not only for that vast diminishing audience, but for himself too. But most of all, contempt for that supreme talent he had nurtured, and that they have activated so long. But why? You start with why? I must have spoken the thought, because suddenly I was aware that Mariana was sitting beside me. A lovely Mariana, now she was making no attempt to hide the hurt, the deep.
I'd hoped you might still, that they might have found you a place on an earlier flight. Now that you have, do you think I might have a cognac too?
Of course, don't come. How long?
Like this? A year or so after our marriage. In the early days, our love had made talent flourish. Wasn't all happy at the time. I began to notice the change.
What could have changed? Why?
No, let me out. Now before I came along, all of you have said the same as one. They all deal with passionate the reason the reason any existence.
Well, I suppose.
No. That's admit it.
Right. You.
No, Hershey.
Cat possessed giving exclusively uncommon. We have no life beyond the rehearsal room or the concert. The demand made by this God was all that he knows until us. And I taught him to share my world, rather than just other people, other places, and therefore I placed total dedication in exclusive of this talent. I wrote the absolute strength of whatever had possessed it
tried to locate it, preserve it, sanctify and deify it in their Coptic jargon.
A couple of thousand years on, and we're only too anxious to deny its very existence. But it's there all right. David's case. It's in his hand. So has long with his two hands in the fingers that through his music can create heaven or hell. Not only for himself, but for anyone who dares to interfere with it or displace it. I try. But I say,
You,
but you've done so much for it. How could you? David admits it too. Just now you witnessed his obvious position. Surely any warlock suffering from the tortures of the Inquisition, waiting either still to commit the agony.
what you say is true.
I know it. That's why I leave you. But you understand I have no choice. I can't watch the doll dance. Not once, but over and over again. Over to the scorn and contempt of anyone who chooses to pay the price of admission. I can't afford to pay the price of admission anymore.
Deserting this for
His only chance is a fair exchange. Mine.
well, I'd better get on.
No, don't go back. Please. He doesn't know you're here.
If he did,
I know he's not expecting.
But of course I damn well expect it, my love. A straightforward case of rally round the flag, isn't it, Vincent? Oh, buddy.
no, David.
But mark you, the ralliers are lying a bit still on the ground this season. That's only to be expected, isn't it? Well, damn you, isn't it?
Darling, was no need.
There's empty. There. Yeah, the well seems to have run dry.
A ring.
Well, the bar will be closed, and I'm sure if you were to try using your personal charms, please, Marianne.
We asked how you get your dog to do this job today. Privately, a lot of you said you will not take them to the tree, but for most of your dog owners, you have to get a little bit creative and give them bus spots for the days that we move. Tidying, carping, washing, body care. Allow them to introduce you to the wax transfer. Then bring them to our way. Bye bye, and your dog will know.
like myself in the early hours of the morning. I went into the bedroom, watched her sleeping there, and then suddenly my hands caught like hands about her throat,
Mm.
possessed
Mm.
with a will, a volition all of her own, pressing harder, harder, till just as suddenly stopped.
Mm.
No, it only remorse. Remorse and the decision that it should never happen again, ever again. It's still there, you see, in the hands, a force over which there can be no control. The alternative is to choose not to, accept it, not to release it. Pain, certainly. Perhaps, ultimately, a hell beyond anything man has ever known. As the soul fights the body to get free, and the body fights back to imprison it. Pain, tearing, as the soul tries to get out.
For what seemed eternal moment, my friend studied the frail evergreen with his hands holding his own. Then, with an inner force that seemed totally their own, they jerked and bumped. The crystal tumbler lay in a thousand razor-edged splinters at his feet. That, as it turned out, was to be my last dream day. The next day I flew on to Rome. But I did hear from Marianne. We just finished some location sequences at a small fishing village when her letter arrived. There'd been a long delay in its forwarding. Postmark Paris. Good month early. I opened it with an almost positive conviction of what I would find.
I know what a shock it will be to me. David slept. We got back to the hotel that night. By the time we got to the hospital, there was nothing to be done. I knew you would either go to bed the next day or would have been in touch before then. God knows I needed a friend to show to cry on. You will see from one of the clippings the jury, coroner's hearing, recorded and voted the verdict. But I think we, anyway, know only too well it was a very real, if inexplicable cause. Let it remain our secret. The price David paid for his unique talent was finally exactly his full, and in a manner so bizarre I find it impossible to embark on his. But if the final awful truth should interest you, and you are returning via Paris, please ring me at this number, and I will arrange a meeting with Dr. Emile Bouchard. I have already told him he may expect to hear from us, that he is to hold nothing. I repeat, nothing back. We owe you. Besides, owe is to share. Marianne.
No share. But to know what? To share what? What was it that eventually persuaded me to do exactly as Marianne asked? To ring her number, arrange an appointment, and finally find myself seated in a good doctor's surgery from consulting room, just off the Rue Madeleine.
These buttons chat started to stop very fast. These are giving me super sexy office siren. I love the little pop of red that it has in the middle, so I just had to have that.
Love the light like surrounded
It's surprised Boston and like was from my national poster. I genuinely love the way it stays comfy, and it does have the red coming over here. The shape of those are really like, again, it's like that sunglasses shade. I am just loving that ombre effect.
like this is much more on the right now is what you are wearing.
So be it. Here it is. As presented in testimony at the Cull's court, for which there is allowed no room for speculation or error. A summary of these facts. Several witnesses of your friend's collapse in the foyer of his hotel, his admission to the Hôpital d'Ardial from the Ile Cité, the inescapable fact that he was pronounced dead on arrival, the admitting physician diagnosed heart failure, brought about by blood clot, brought about by an excessive consumption of alcohol.
I see.
And so I thought, did I?
What's happened?
I suspect that Madame omitted to inform you that during his stay in Paris, I acted as her late husband's physician.
No, it's true. I finally managed to persuade David he might benefit from some kind of treatment.
Though I must confess that without Madame's express instructions, I would not dream of discussing it now.
I appreciate it.
My initial examination of the patient was thorough and exhaustive. I gave it as my considered opinion that the root cause of M. Clemence's malady was mental rather than physical, which is why I used all my influence to be allowed to assist at the postmortem. Vindication. Vanity, what it was with. Eventually it was true.
With Marianne Clemente.
Left.
What possible reason could I have for not getting it?
If anything, I think Madame appreciated more than anyone the professional predicament of the funds. Have you ever witnessed a postmortem?
Oh, no.
Then, if you are not over squeamish, I shall attempt to enlighten. To begin with, then, to the casual observer, it is more an object lesson in butchery, surgery, rather the slaughterhouse than the operating theatre. The instruments we employ, what was put this way, might be purchased in any mankind. The heart. The ultimate object of the exercise is to arrive at the vital organs. Brain, heart, lungs, stomach, contents, with the maximum efficiency and the minimum of certainty.
I understand.
To this end, then, hacksaw, or chisel for the removal of the cranium cap, the ribs, sternum, a scoop for the removal of the brain, a butcher's knife for fussing out the heart sac, stomach, and lung cap. A share.
Thank you.
A butcher's knife. So much more food to remove, examined, disposed of, and then replaced with sufficient stuffing material as will persuade the bereaved relatives that their dear departed is as complete and unsullied as when she thus came to our charge.
And as a result, butchery.
But we found nothing, positively nothing, that in any way affected my original opinion that the person I'd examined in his office not so many days before was as fit as anyone of his age, constitution, and occupation could be expected. Alors, cause of death, inconclusive. Consequence?
An open verdict.
Duly recorded for anyone to read.
Well, then what's the mystery?
Occurrences. Yes. Let us call them occurrences. The nature and reason for which we can only speculate.
Go on.
The cadaver of your late friend was placed in one of the wall cabinets with which every dissecting room is equipped. A kind of container stand, large enough to accommodate a corpse, but otherwise similar to the kind of pipe cabinet you would find among any of his furnishings.
I understand.
I can show you.
Well, then,
The cabinet was locked.
is that possible?
As I explained at the time to Madame, reserved mainly for celebrities. In view of the current excessive
prior to David's death, he asked if I now had any reason to refuse.
Yes.
No. In fact, it gave me a kind of comfort, a memento of eternity.
Doctor, you said Cull made a complaint.
Yes. Within hours of the remains being put in his disposal.
I still have his letter. Well, would you like to read it?
A cock. Grotesque. Satanic. Defilement. But what does he mean?
Naturally, you must judge yourself. But first, I must stress that at no time, I doubt some of the doctors in the cabinet, had we dissected or performed any pathological examination on the hand. We had no reason to say it would have told us nothing. Some photographs, these taken before the camera,
Especially from total repose.
and these taken immediately after the complaint of Monsieur Cobo had been received.
No, is to share.
You can easily released by stainless steel. This is Japan, hands down. What I love about this is that it adheres like stainless steel, but it's easy as a nonstick. This hand's gonna last you a lifetime. Unlike other nonsticks, you can use a metal spatula, you can put it in the dishwasher, it lights on fire. It doesn't scratch, it doesn't release toxins. If you care about performance more than height, this is your cookware. Give it that.
You never have recognized them or had. They've been severed. No, they've been torn away from the rest of the limb. Each joint cracked, flesh floats and undulated, as though all the time, during the hell-like ritual of that post-mortem, as the surgeon butchers went about their casual ritual of carving, hacking, and scooping, the living soul captured within was screaming for escape. Living. To lie on a marble slab, eyes expressionless, unblinking, tongue mute, grotesquely protruding through the cavern of the larynx, simply lying, knowing, experiencing it, waiting only for the tortures of the hell to stop, for the chance finally to break free, and for the soul to know is to share. I made my way back to the hotel. Train. At a corner, street musician sawed forlornly away on his violin. He seemed surprised at the charity I dropped into his cap, but there was no joy due.
That was Vincent Price bringing you The Price of Fear. Also starring in soul music was Coral Brown, John Graham, Roger Snowden, Michael Burnett. Soul music was first recounted and dramatized by William Ingram and produced by John Dye.
song called Would You Believe a Humbug? Isn't it amazing things some people believe? Food, by the way, is something of a hobby of mine, and I never cease to wonder at the incredible results to be achieved by a good chef. The basic ingredients, a little meat, vegetables, a glass of wine, a sprig of parsley, voila. You know, there are few more interesting experiences than being allowed into the kitchen of a really first-class restaurant to watch a master chef at work. And of course, it's a privilege rarely extended to anyone, which reminds me of an experience I had a few years back. And to give it the right flavor, let's call it the speciality of the house. I was staying in New York at the time, and a friend of mine, Harry Latler, knowing that I was interested in food, invited me to dine with him one evening at his favorite restaurant. Harry was by way of being an international advertising man, and knowing the size of his expense account, I had imagined that I was in for an evening at one of New York's mushier nightclubs. Imagine my surprise, therefore, when I found myself being ushered towards a shabby brownstone building in an almost deserted downtown back street.
Full list, I would use my favorite new product, which is a lip stain that lasts super long. It's either from Wonder Skin. You apply and then wipe it off in like 15 seconds later, and the color is just amazing. It stays on forever. And it shades mystical, and I still match the look perfectly. It's crazy because it looks blue. Like if you literally put it on your lips, it looks blue, and then you wipe it off, and it's just beautiful color. It does the best when your lips are exfoliated and dry, and it's just like dry and clean with no product on them. You should put it on like and then just wait 15 seconds and wipe it off with water. Right? You can already tell. Look at how good that works. That's like the perfect little rose color, and it doesn't transfer at all. It's literally just gonna be there for the next couple of hours.
Well, here we are. This is yellow. What do you think?
Well, Harry, I must say it's not quite what I expected. It is rather thin.
Have you learned Spiero's is the restaurant without pretensions? It is the one place these ghastly neurotic scientists refuse to compromise. When you enter Spiero's, you feel the insanity and desire of the day is here. Find yourself for a brief spam storm space.
Make it sound more like a cathedral than a restaurant.
I wonder if I've done the right thing.
Come on now, Harry, I was only joking.
You see, you are the one person I know with the knowledge of good food.
Yep.
Knowing about Spiero's and not having an appreciative friend to share it with is like having a unique work of art locked in a room where no one else can see it. Anyway, let's not stand here talking. Let's go in.
Yeah,
That's has a guest.
I guess that's the basic understanding. Well, the waiter led us through a mirrored foyer into a small dining room. It was no size at all, but the half dozen or so gushing gas jets which provided the only illumination threw such a sketchy light that the walls appeared made into uncertain. There were no more than 8 or 10 tables in the room. All but one were occupied. A few waiters moved amongst them with quiet efficiency. It really was very pleasant, and as soon as we were seated at the vacant table, I said as much as Harry.
There. I knew you'd like it. Wait, please. By the way, did you notice that there are no women present?
I did. Isn't that right?
Spiero doesn't encourage people, and I can tell you his method of getting rid of them is very effective.
Do you wish to be served up?
Tell me, is the special being served tonight, waiter?
There's no special.
But it's been a month already. I had hoped my friend here.
Who understands? Cold, well, what the hell?
The other one.
Oh, never mind. I'm quite sure that whatever we decide upon will be delicious.
Shall I serve at once?
Mm.
Mary,
Harry, have you ordered in advance?
no. No, I shouldn't say. Theodore offers no choice whatsoever.
Suppose we don't like what we're given.
Oh, don't worry. No matter how exacting your taste, relish every mouthful. Just think a moment about the advantages of such a system. For instance, instead of a hurdy-burdy of sweaty cooks trying to prepare 100 different dishes, here we have a chef who stands freely alone, bringing all his culinary arts to bear on one task. Hero kids. The only one we find. Unfortunately, I can't. My ability. Believe me, I tried. And my desire to see inside this particular kitchen has become almost an obsession.
Mention
Here, at least a dozen times, he just shrugs his massive shoulders, smiles. Still, I never give up hope.
this point, the waiter reappears bearing two soup bowls and a small tureen, from which he slowly ladles a measure of clear, thin soup. I must confess that I tasted this soup with some curiosity. It was elegantly flavored, bland to the verge of tasteless. Automatically, I reached for the salt.
Well, what do you think? If you'll pardon me to say so,
What?
you do not like it. You find it flat, badly in the sauce. How do I know? Because that was my reaction when I first dined here. But I'm confident you will make the same discovery as I did. By the time you finish your soup, your desired salt will be non-existent.
Well, Harry proved to be quite right. And before I had finished the soup, I was vanishing empty mouth of it. Was it wonderful? Harry smiled as he across the table.
Well, you agree with me now? Wasn't I right?
Certainly were.
You will find that the absence of condiments is only one of several literary characteristics of marks. I may as well say the rest. For example, no alcoholic beverages of any sort are served here.
Really?
Also, there is a ban on the use of tobacco in any form.
Good Lord, is this a restaurant or a temperance hotel?
Understand? By alternating stimulants and narcotics, you seesaw the delicate balance of your taste so violently, it loses its most precious quality, the appreciation of the mind.
Not another word was spoken until we had both finished our main course. Nor was there any need for words in the presence of such food as was delicious. And it was only with a great effort that I prevented myself from wolfing the lot at one go, and establishing myself as a grade A glutton on my very first visit to this amazing restaurant. When we had both finished, Harry and I smiled at each other contentedly. We were both aware that we had enjoyed an exceptional culinary. Harry, if I had any doubts about heroes, I apologize unreservedly. In all your praise of the place, there is not a single word of exaggeration.
That is only part of the story. You heard me mention the special, unfortunately not on tonight's menu. Well, what we just Chance remarks about my sparrow. I gather that it's hardly more than a plateau which places the visible remnants of a thought of its first sparrow, something or other, presentates exclusive rights to it. It is therefore the only restaurateur of the world ever to have an understand on his menu. I can tell you, the appearance of this dish is a very, very good. I don't never know the exact date of which it is.
But surely, Spirit provides for advanced knowledge.
My only objection to that is simply stated. Should advance information step out, then the professional bluntness to which the city abounds would get the opportunity to taste the dish, sooner or later drive out the regular things.
You don't mean to say that these few people present are the only ones in the entire city who know of the existence of Zero?
In the entire world,
Incredible.
it's kept a secret by every single patron. A solemn obligation. By accepting my invitation this evening, you automatically assume that obligation. I do. Trust me.
Well, that's the way you want it, Harry. Of course I can.
It may sound strange, a vote on it just I'm sorry. I think it's my debts to dismiss yours both family and friends.
I confess, till that moment, I had never really thought much about Harry's private life. To me, he was a pleasant friend and dining companion, and his private affairs never really concerned me. Now, hearing him refer to Zero in this manner, I only begin to feel sorry for him. By the end of 2 weeks, Harry's invitation to me to join him in Spirit had become something of a ritual. Now, I am by nature one of those people with a lean and hungry look, but I began to notice that I was rapidly putting on weight. I was still becoming plump. I began to wonder whether Harry, by no means a lightweight, had also been lean before he started to dine at Zero. Thinking the whole thing over, I decided that I would not eat at the restaurant until I had both tasted the lamb parmesan and also been introduced to the amazing Zero. And then one night, 2 weeks later, I achieved both ambitions, and both, I may say, exceeded my expectations.
Good evening, gentlemen. Tonight is the special one. Well, this is it. The jubilant triumph of all time. And faced that, you are embarrassed by the steady emotion it instills.
I must confess that my heart is certainly beating faster than usual. Tell me, Harry, if the other time, do they feel the same way?
Well, of course, look around you and judge for yourself.
Right. Anyway, there's comfort in numbers. It's nice to know that we all have the same basic animal feelings and can anticipate, or should I say, hover over our beats.
Look, one of our number appears to be a disappointment. Over there, that's it.
Oh, the southpaw man is not here tonight.
Can we, rain or shine, crisis or calamity, live in Vera's 10 years? Imagine his disappointment when he finds the explicitly speciality of ours.
Mr. Lapham, I am so very sick.
Oh, Mrs. Vera.
When I said Lapham is not, cannot qualify. I myself am extremely taking all day, prodding, just so qualified. Placing a principle, introduction, the words man, smooth, yet feel rhythmic, heard, and I found myself hypnotized to no more than stare as Harry performed the introduction. Spiro's mouth uncoiled in monologue, was alarmingly wide, with thin, mobile lips that curled and twisted every syllable. He had a wide nose, wide set eyes, with an amazing face, and somehow I had the feeling that I had seen him before.
daughter of yours, Spirit?
Very grateful. You complimented me for your presence. I return you my compliment.
But I assure you, you'll have to understand, these fast material do anything with your fast material. More the trouble of it is, both in the preparation is truly very good.
You know, I wondered why, with all these things you mentioned, why people bother to present Sam on that. Surely your other missions are excellent enough to uphold your reputation.
Perhaps it is a matter of psychology. Someone discovers a wonder, they must share it with the others. Eh?
That's
Just a matter of good business.
But then, in the light of all this, and considering all the conventions you impose on your customers, why don't you turn it into a private club? So Christmas edition.
I will tell you,
Because there is more privacy in the public space. That is the most exclusive club in the city.
here, no one inquires into your affairs. No one desires to know secrets in your life. We are not curious about our business. Welcome you when you are here. We have no regrets. That is the answer.
Yes. I'm sorry. I had no intention to pry.
No, you are not correct. On the contrary, I invite you. Don't let fear intimidate you. I've known him for years, and I assure you his bark is far worse than his bite. Before you know it, he'll be showing you all the privileges of the house, except inviting you to his precious kitchen. But that you may have to wait a little while. What did I tell you? Come on, now, Skinner. Truth. Has anyone except staff ever stepped into that kitchen of yours? You see on the wall over there, before one might step on. Dear friend of the patron of Lockstep. Well, who is there? Who is he?
Oh, Andrew Cherry, the writer.
You don't know.
Harry. He used to write those marvelously cynical articles for the New American. Then he took himself off to Mexico, I think it was, and disappeared.
Of course. Here I've been sitting staring at that fish for years without recognizing it. It must have been a blow for you when your old friend disappeared, Spiera. It was. Yes, surely it is. But I like to think of it this way. It was probably greater in his death than in his life. I was tragic, man. He often told me that he'd only have the hours to spend here at his table. But to think the only favor I could ever show him was to let him witness the mysteries of my uncle.
You seem very certain of his death. After all, if I remember, no evidence has ever turned up before.
None at all. Remarkable. Now, no more talk in these heads. For here comes the speciality of the house. Vampires.
You observe himself taking great care not to lose a single drop of faith with the slightest joint under down the reflection. He builds faith, gentle, religious, energetic, volatile. Great liberation I took a mouthful of ham parmesan. It was magnificent.
Who did? I try to imagine. It is as impossible for the uninitiated to imagine the flights of lamb undisturbed as that.
As for a mortal man to look into his own soul, perhaps you have just revisited your own soul. Perhaps. And a gratifying picture it may do. All fang and claw.
Well, I must be going.
But sometimes there's nothing better to do.
Sit perhaps for a little while in the garden. Think of it. What it is. What it is going to be. Then you must turn your thoughts from the significance of the lamb to the subject. Count. I have interrupted your meal. Go. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Back to your heavy. Then, Harry reminds me of someone I just can't think of. You don't think I have met him?
And in goodness no. He loves that sort of talk. Lamb understands the ritual. Yet it started just gone.
It was a month later that it finally came to me exactly who remember that not only grinned when it saw Alice, it looked very good natured. She thought, still it had very long claws, great many teeth, so she felt that it ought to be treated with respect. I mentioned this to Harry that night as we were walking along that dismal street that led to the Zero.
You may be right. I'm not a fit judge. Anyway, it's a long time since I read Alice in Wonderland. A very long time. Oh, look, there. Outside the terrace. Look, have a little bit. Yes. Looks as though he's in trouble.
Bring it back, come on.
Well, God damn it. Wait, Morgan. Push me, will you? Oh, get for a goddamn moment. Well, you got one, mister. Let me go. Let me go. Out, you old creep. What's going on here? Look, Mr. Holmes. This man, he dropped it. He tried to stab us. Huh? Am I? Oh, we'll pay you. Dirty. He grabbed it, Harry. Wait. Look out for that guy. Let go of him. Yeah? Let go. What the hell's happening here? Oh, I'll touch this goddamn door. No, you don't.
Is he all right, you think? Have some lunch, Harry.
I think he's stunned. Banged his head as he fell.
Yeah, but in any case, the job was great.
No, no, sir. No police. Get over. Not like police.
Oh, now,
I beg. No police. Anyway, he's coming around. Oh, you'll be all right. What started all this anyway?
I push again accidentally. And he accused me of robbing him. He's drunk.
You can say that again. Oh, now, you go inside and get cleaned up. We'll see to him.
Thank you, sir. To you, I owe my life. If there is anything I can do to repay you.
You just got along in the spirit and then you best fix the tendency.
Yes, sir. You saved my life. Thank you. And with that, the waiter disappeared into the restaurant. Well, after all the excitement and the bustle of that incident, I must confess that I found I had quite an appetite. And as soon as we were comfortably seated in the restaurant, Harry and I debated with some trepidation to whether or not we could expect the special lamb parmesan that evening. Soon our regular waiter appeared and carefully set two tumblers on the table. We almost simultaneously inquired after the special. Most, I'm sorry, sir, most special.
Oh, hell, just my luck. And I'll probably miss out the next time, too.
Why, Harry, you going away?
Yes, damn it. I'm off to South America for a month or two in order to advance a new campaign for some very rich clients.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. When do you leave?
Tonight, I managed to wangle some reservations. This is intended to be in the nature of a farewell celebration.
No special. What a shame.
Just my luck.
Well, but I'm going to miss you, Harry. I have enjoyed our evenings together. These little dinners of ours have come to mean a great deal to me. Shall I serve now?
Of course, I realize you're waiting.
Shortly afterwards, the waiter served us and we turned our attention to our dinner. Harry finished his quickly and continued to bemoan his fate, to regret loudly the thought of missing lamb parmesan during his trip. Then, just as I finished my meal, a waiter leaned over to take Harry's plate. It wasn't our usual waiter, but the man who we had rescued from the drunken sailor. I asked him how he was feeling, but to my surprise, he completely ignored me. And with the air of a man under great strain, he whispered to Harry,
My life. I owe it to you. Accept the pay. You have repaid me with your thanks. Please, let's hear no more about it. But I don't know. I do not want to do. Do not go into the kitchen tonight. Huh? My life is lost. Tonight or later. Do not go. Stay in the kitchen. Why shouldn't I go into the kitchen? It's just absurd.
what's going on here? All right.
Ah, good evening, Spirit. This man is a little unnerved, I think.
Yes. And I'm not
He's saying something about my not visiting your kitchen. What's it all about? You know what he means?
But of course, he was giving you good advice. It so happens that my doing with the chef some over, I might have guessed. So it was therefore a really notice of the spot. No, have no fear. I have succeeded in showing what a sacred honor it is to have a true connoisseur who serves you.
this will happen again.
The waiter slunk away without caring to raise his eyes, and Spiro drew up a chair. He seated himself and threw his hat lightly over his hair.
My invitation for you to visit my humble kitchen, I had rather to be a surprise. Now the surprise is gone, all that is left. Are you serious? Do you mean that at last we really are to witness the preparation of food in your kitchen? Ah, no, not food. I am pleased to be the member of great proportions citizen. Human cluster has been my guest for 10 years, but to a friend.
Spiro, I really understand, but I mean, this invitation is solely to Harry here, and naturally my presence is embarrassing. Well, look, wait, as it happens, I do have another engagement for later. I must be on my way anyway. So you see, there's no dilemma at all here.
Absolutely not. That wouldn't be fair at all. Surely, Spirit, you could make exception on this one occasion.
I'm very sorry, Harry. I am not going to sit here for your great attention. Really, and just think of that ferocious chef. I'm sure he's just dying to get his cleaver into you. Don't you? Don't I'll just say goodbye now and leave you to Spiro. I'm sure he'll take pains to give you the show.
Well, that's good news. Thanks. I hope you continue to dine here while I'm away.
Oh, and have a good trip, Harry.
Thank you. Bye now.
I will expect you. Over. Bye-bye. And so I left them to it, smiling Spiro and Harry Lander, about to realize his greatest ambition. On the way out, I stopped in the foyer to collect my coat, and as I was straightening my tie, I caught a glimpse in the mirror of Harry and Spiro already at the kitchen door. Spiro was holding it open, invitingly wide with one hand, while the other hand rested lightly on Harry's beady shoulder, squeezing it ever so gently, almost lovingly, rather in the way a housewife squeezes a prime fat turkey before sleeping, was deliberately enough. I've never seen or heard of Harry Lasser again. Shortly afterwards, I left New York in order to do some filming in England. I've not been back since, and therefore I have never had the opportunity of dining again at Spiro's or of renewing my acquaintance with its serious owner. In the intervening years, however, my interest in food and its preparation has increased, and I can now create and experiment with recipes of my own. But I must confess that even in my wild flight of culinary fancy, I have never yet dared to attempt lamb on the stone.
That was Vincent Price bringing you the price of beer. Co-starring in the speciality of the house was Hugh Barry, with Francis DeWolf, Bernard Joyner, and William Strand. Speciality of the house was first conducted by Stanley Henry, dramatized by Barry Campbell, and produced by John Dyer. The price of beer, brought to you by Vincent Price.
Strange is fascinating. How about you? If the answer is yes, then this story, which I have chosen to call The Man Who Hated Scenes, might well appeal to you. Indeed, for some of you listening, even the notion of making a long train journey across the United States will conjure up a world of limitless possibilities. The world seems yours for the asking. conversation at breakfast as something of a chore. And so it was, as I watched the little man coming towards me, my feelings were a mixture of resentment and dismay. His voice proved as tentative and deferential as his general demeanor.
Well, you won't mind if I share your table.
The fact that the rest of the diner was still completely empty and the stranger seemed perfectly prepared for me to refuse ultimately made no difference to my polite reply.
Will you?
Oh, no, please, you. I'd be glad for the company.
Oh, many thanks. Insomnia. Don't you know, I've been a master to it all my life.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. But still, it's nice to know I'm not going to be the only one coming in for breakfast entirely.
Oh?
Yes, when I came in a few minutes ago, the dining car attendant looked as though he just got out of his pajamas and could certainly see no reason why I wasn't still in mine.
But he wasn't angry, was he?
Well, let's just say it's not your usual service with a smart.
I see. You must forgive my answer. It's just that I could perfectly well come back later if it were more convenient for you. Well, there's no point in making a scene, is there? I do so hate scenes.
He glanced nervously away as the same sleepy waiter approached us from the service area. He gave his order in an apologetic, hardly audible voice.
Just coffee and lightly scrambled eggs, please.
Are you going all the way to New York?
Oh, much further, much further. I'm typing on the TV too. We embark on Thursday.
Oh, home to England.
Oh, no, not for a long time yet. Schöneberg's first, then the Sardine, Riviera, perhaps Italy, Greek islands. I haven't made up my mind.
Oh, I do envy you.
Then you should.
Now,
No, just doctor's orders. My nerves, you know. Any kind of excitement to be avoided at all costs.
yes. Yes, I do understand.
I think you really do. For some unknown reason, I'm sure you do. So, my friend, you can imagine the kind of state I got myself into when I discovered my wife was being unfaithful towards you.
Your, your wife.
Mercy. So beautiful, so very, very beautiful. Oh, perhaps you care to judge for yourself. I just happen to have had only a snapshot. It doesn't do her justice, really, but here we are. It's taken at the side of the ballroom, you know. Our
Very impressive.
Madeline loves that.
I'd accepted and studied the photograph. The sleepy waiter had returned and was grudgingly serving my companion's breakfast. Yes, the girl was certainly beautiful. There was no denying that fact. Even though the photographer caught her just on the point of emerging from the pool, her charms were not only obvious, but a trifle too obvious. The high diving board framed her head. It reminded me somewhat disconcertingly of a gallows.
I ordered scrambled eggs.
What? Yes, yes, I'm sure you did, but they brought you fries.
So naturally suggested.
Mm.
Oh, well, these things are sent to It was at a resort in Florida. She was a swimmer before our marriage. Almost maybe a little teen. She really, yes, really. Anyway, she was doing some exhibition dives from the high board into the hotel room. She was wearing a white bathing suit. I remember seeing her poised high above me. She seemed positive. Yes, incarnate. Diana turned roundly, self-conscious. Doesn't that sound fancy?
No, no, not at all.
I didn't think. Do you? I never thought I was in with much of a chance, though. She was a good 20 years younger and always in the company of half a dozen bronzed Apollos. But, well, we just seemed to hit it off right from the start. Difference in age didn't seem to matter.
A case of mind over matter.
I suppose you could put it. In any event, within a month, Alison and I became husband and wife and were off on our honeymoon. We were so very happy.
And afterwards you returned home.
Home? It's a big Spanish type of place just outside Santa Barbara. A truly beautiful spot. I don't think I ever wanted that I said again. It gave me the seclusion and peace my nerves required. I had everything I ever wanted.
And Marilyn?
Oh, for a long time she loved the place too. We'd splash about in our pool every day. Often I'd just lie in the sun and watch her diving. And sometimes, yes, sometimes we'd send the servants away for the day and, if you'll pardon the expression, we'd swing the dude. Well, it was genuinely idyllic, my friend. In an age when all the graciousness seems to have gone out of life. Idyllic. So much so that when it finally came, Marilyn's outburst took me completely by surprise.
What's so surprising about it, for God's sake? And you needn't think I'm so dumb as to not realize what you're getting out of this setup either. Getting, yes. This place, miles from anywhere, perched on the edge of nowhere. Well, it exactly suits your ends, doesn't it?
I thought you liked the house.
Rich, eccentric, middle-aged, with comfortably ensconced in 20-bedroom ivory tower.
I always felt you shared my preference for the solitary life.
But no, for God's sake.
I don't understand what you're getting at, Madam.
You don't. Really, yes. For a gentleman of your intelligence and breeding, I should have thought it altogether too obvious. I'll wrong tell you. Quite
Yes. Do you think
you didn't have the guts to stay on here and go it completely alone. So, for once in his life, one hermit ventured forth. He took a little trip into the big outside world with the deliberate intention of trapping a little spouse to keep him company.
I never thought of our marriage as a trap?
Ego being what it is, I'm damn sure you have. But take it from me, it was just an arrangement right from the start. An arrangement to suit your own ends.
I always try to put your hands.
Huh. Happiness. That's a word from the past.
But I've given you everything you've ever asked for, and everything.
I'll grant you the base acceptable enough to trade. Well, it's very fine quality, no denying, but say, Harry, you made the whole arrangement seem irresistible, didn't you? The world was to be our oyster, remember? New places, new faces, forever and ever, world without end. Amen. Oh, you really had me believing it too. Right up to the end of the honeymoon, you actually had me believing it.
And afterwards,
The honeymoon was over, wasn't it? So was the new faces, new places. And in its place, this, a cage down you. Oh, well up to the standard you told me to expect, I'm not denying, but a cage for all that.
I love you right from that first moment.
You knew you wanted, so you would, and you won. Moved me into your millionaire's Alcatraz and then you throw away the key.
I still love you.
And you do. Enough to go back
Like where?
to where the arrangement started going wrong. To our original arrangement, Harry. New places, new faces,
still is. Until I tell you something else. It's never gonna be anything more, Harry.
Have some more coffee.
Oh, thank you.
So, she got her own way then.
Your face. Your face. If it had been in my power, she would have gotten away. If it had been in my power, I'd have given her anything. Knowing what a person is doesn't necessarily mean you stop loving them.
No, I suppose not. So, you left the house.
Oh no, no, it never came to that. Look, it was what Madeline had insisted upon, what I'd agreed to. A really long trip abroad, a chance for us to find each other again. Extraordinary how absolute naivety has a charm of its own. But as things turned out, it simply wasn't to be.
Oh,
But on the eve of our departure, I was taken ill. Desperate.
as a result.
Well, my doctor called it acute emotional stress. You see, I'd never been able to stand scenes of any kind, and this, well, my only defense was a period of total mental withdrawal, a self-inflicted coma, if you like. It went on for a long time, over a month.
Then,
It refused to go on any longer.
did, well, did Marilyn stand by?
Madeline? Ah, yes, Madeline. 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 Madeline.
Right. Here. I'm here. Well, Harry. Very good.
I have been ill.
The only thing now is to get well again. Doctor's been very worried for you.
And you? Did you worry for me? Too, Madeline.
Oh, yes. I worried.
Thank you. Thank you for my gift. No, you were quite right. I've been selfish, thoughtless, thinking only of myself. But I'll make it up to you. You'll see, I'll make it all up.
Good. By simply getting well again.
Well, yes, and we'll make that long trip together. Just the two of us, just as we planned to do.
No,
But
there's not going to be any trip, Harry. Not just yet. Not for a long, long time.
I thought that was what you wanted.
Well,
But
and then you became sick. And I realized I wanted something else much more. I wanted you to get well again. So that we could always be together. Together. Here. I wanted this place, just the two of us. I wanted to look after you and care for you here in our own home. And I decided that the most important thing in the world for me was to make it a real home. Not some kind of showplace. Not some kind of domestic hotel either, where everything gets out for just the rest of the time.
I'm not sure I understand.
It's perfectly simple. I got rid of the servants, and we never really did. Don't you see? It was they that came between us, Harry. Our only real happiness came when we were allowed to be alone together.
How are we going to manage without
In Jesus. Now, the way they arrange it all, it's working wonderful. A woman comes up to town every morning to take care of the heavy work. I can get anything we need by making a phone call and having it delivered. Well, what more do we need? What more can we ask, huh?
nothing? I have. addiction to that choice. My own newfound happiness was such that I was scarcely aware.
Oh, did I?
Sherlock Holmes, in his mid-twenties, I suppose, I dare say handsome, in an obvious sort of way. But, as I say, I was hardly aware. Not until that night. The night when... Oh, my God. Dear God. Dear God. That night is still with me. I I woke up with a start, a very deep sleep. Madeline had taken care to give me my usual quota of sleeping pills, but for some reason on this particular night, they hadn't done the trick. Perhaps it was then. Well, for several minutes I just lay there, perspiring heavily, getting my bearings, aware only of the ticking of the clock. Then I called out. Yes, I didn't want to disturb her, but I needed another sitting there. When she didn't answer, I got up, went to her room. She wasn't there. At first, I thought she must have gone for something too, until I saw her bed hadn't been slipped. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I was a little alarmed, so I began to look for her. Marilyn?
Marilyn.
It wasn't until I reached the downstairs living room, which opens onto the patio, that I heard voices. I opened the patio doors. The voices were clearer now. I was and our chauffeur together, and I understood at once. It was pitch black, and they'd taken the precaution of not turning on the full light. But I could hear them laughing and talking in low, intimate voices. I heard them climb the steps to the high board and dive together into the deep water. I stood there, half asleep. The effort to simply hold on to myself was unbearable. My first instinct had been to rush out and confront them, but I couldn't bear the thought of such a scene. So instead, I waited until they eventually left. They lay together in each other's arms, not 10 feet from where I stood. I listened.
Why did you leave?
Oh, I don't know. I did then. Time between the only possible. But I know I never stopped loving you, not for a single second. It's in a funny way why I had to leave you in the first place. It's just an instinct, you know, when, yeah, I kind of like we were living together this one day it killed my mom.
It wasn't so bad.
Wasn't it? Diving exhibitions and second-rate summer resorts, the odd gala, hardly enough to keep body and soul alive. Endless brags in my dreary hotel room.
So you sold out and settled for this instead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound like that.
Settled for both of us, Chuck. Well, but you still don't know whether to believe that or not, do you? Believe that I only ever wanted this for us. All along.
I don't know what to believe. When I'm lying there like this, well, it's just a sharing with him, I suppose. Seeing you together, catching the odd unexpected glimpse of you both, and the damn dragon you know. Seeing him look at you that way, as though you were really him. Seeing you reach up and touch you. Seeing you smile back. Seeing you return your touch. But worst of all, knowing that you're lying here with me, in a little while you're gone. Because there's still some part of you that belongs to him.
Not belongs. It never has. It never can. longer, maybe. It's not so important. You can wait. As we know, one day, it's only gonna be us two. All this, the past, is lovely. Just truth. Hope. Hope is close.
What did you do? Oh, the conventional thing, I'm afraid. The next day I engaged the firm of detectives.
Make inquiries about Charles.
They only told me what I more or less knew already, that he was a swimmer who teamed up with Madeline to do exhibition diving the summer before I met her. The rest was obvious. When I became ill, she had said what to do, solace her loneliness, so to speak. Then, as I grew better, she stumbled on the idea of employing him as our chauffeur. You can understand, right, Never?
Yes, I am beginning to.
I was just recovering from a serious nervous illness, a breakdown. A scene, a quarrel would undo the weeks of convalescence. Now, of all times, it was impossible for me to act out with that, to send Charles packing, to do what any other man would have done instantly. It was a weakness, but I couldn't overcome it.
So,
I dissembled. I pretended I knew nothing. I waited. I racked my brains for some way of letting Madeline know I knew her, and yet avoiding that inevitability.
well, did you eventually find a way?
Slowly, I saw how it could be done. Quiet, without any fuss.
Tell me about it.
Well, Marilyn wanted to go to the movies in Santa Barbara. I declined, and said Charles should drive her, that I didn't like to be out on her own tonight. She saw it ahead, and watched me, ostensibly taking my sleeping tablets. I heard the car drive away, and imagined handsome Charles, drunk, sitting confidently beside her at the wheel. After a while, I got up. I had plenty of time.
Plenty of time for what?
That was instantly nice, bringing you the last cities. The price of fear. Also starring A Man Who Lives. It was Peter Cushing with Diana Olsen and Christine Preston. The Man Who Lives was first recounted by Robert Harker, dramatized by William Cull, and produced by John Dye. The Price of Fear. Vincent Price presents Michael Jackson, Sandra Clark, and Natalie Hurd in Goody Two Shoes by William Ingram. Vincent Price.
Hello and welcome. The story I'm about to tell you is a love story. It's not a perfect love, it's the perfecting of it. Something difficult to achieve. Something which can often lead to disaster. Indeed, horrific results. David and Anne Fordyce. Mr. and Mrs. Both in 30s. They'd been married for 5 years, known each other for 10. They were, well, what you might say, meant for each other. Everybody said so. Attractive, personable, identical taste in dress. And yet, a feeling of growing apart was the way David eventually put it. The reason for this growing apart neither knew or even understood. Both finally blamed it simply on the rat. They thought about it a lot. It preoccupied. The need to get away out of the rut. A chance to find themselves and each other again. And they both claimed reason. Once decided, move wasn't difficult to arrange. David's credentials as a junior partner in one of the city's most reputable law practices, a fine mind, excellent connections, it was all there, just for the eye. Their best friends, Charles and Victoria, said so at the time. They even said so after the little story was told. But at the time, there was no sense of sacrifice, giving up. Anne was, quite simply, the most important thing in David's life. So, fresh fields and pastures knew it must be. The city chambers lost him to a small country practice. Their stylish Georgian terrace house in London to a temporary flat above the office in that massive market town in Phoenix. And it was from there, every weekend, they dived deeper, ever deeper, into the surrounding countryside, in search of, well, at the time they both found it impossible to put a name to that.
Late evening, we got that first glimpse of Thai cottage. Just a glimpse at first. Between the heads of the high elms. Only the roof, really. Full of thatch. No smoke rising from the lopsided old chimney. Neglected. But strangely naked.
Darling, how
Mm.
I'm stuck. They were going to get back to dinner.
Mm.
What was it? No, only...
Mm.
Oh, darling, you must be joking. But for God's sake,
Mm.
they were both eating.
Mm.
There aren't any. Use your head. The roof.
Mm.
That staircase.
Mm.
Opposite the slum.
Water and elbow.
Mm.
Oh, to hell with that.
It's just that the microwave, eating away from it all, was part of the general idea.
I could have settled for something
Mm.
like a estate.
Who the hell wants to live in a book box and then the challenge of something like this?
Challenge, right? It might not even be on the market. All right, I will think about it. But for God's sake, let's get him out of it.
And needn't worry. I thought it was on the market. It had been for a very long time. And at the price, even David found it impossible to resist. They spent their first night there on a borrowed and very uncomfortable pair of canvas, and slept like a top. David hardly at all. Breakfast was perfect. Amidst the debris of the old cottage shrubbery.
And just as I was dropping off, those damn birds started their manic twittering music. It's in the rush hour I can take those damn birds.
Not to worry, darling.
Absolutely. God, look at the time. It must be off. So I feel pretty rotten being in this little one. I suppose I can cook things and tell them.
I should enjoy it.
What's on the agenda?
Water and elbow grease. Oh, can't do much else on Janice to get you.
Well, they did promise midday latest.
Yeah, so we all know what that means. Anyway, I believe this book
Mm.
is perfect. When it began,
This is Bertie. How rural.
it's just so.
So what about lunch and dinner?
Oh, I'll pop in and do a shop once I've got things organized. Worry, darling. You get home, but you won't know the old place.
Somehow, I think I might.
And what happened? From the start, nothing but hitches. By midday, no furniture man, and no reliable Mrs. Perkins. Anne decided to cut her losses. She left a note explaining her absence and set off across the fields to the village, the small general store. At least David wouldn't have an empty larder to add to his
Mm.
comfort. It was early afternoon by the time she got back to the cottage, and the surprise that awaited her. Not only had the furniture been delivered, but Mrs. B had already got things very much in hand in the living room. The carpet down, the three-piece suite arranged very much as she would have chosen. Perhaps most surprising of all, David's novel, arranged on the shelf alphabetically, strictly according to order, just the way he would have insisted. And upstairs in the bedroom, her dressing table was just in the place that she would have chosen.
Well, well, well. Clever old Mrs. Perkins.
It wasn't until an hour or so later, when that clever lady called up to her from the bottom of the stairs, that she realized that something was amiss.
Mm.
Hello? Anybody home? This is all right. Yeah. Oh, don't nervous. Not you, Mrs. Perkins. What's with a second? Hello, Mrs. Perkins. Talk about the harass of centuries. And best idea Thank you. Well, like, something the matter. Just come to say how sorry I am, madam. Huh? Well, Jack, that's right. He says no need. No need to go apologizing to someone who's not really your mate, he says. No right to go making a ring like coming here to help out and all without talking the matter over with me first. Like he says, far as that world is concerned, all water under the bridge. It hurt to me. Well, hurt nothing. No, least I can do is to get out there now and say how sorry I am for not being able to get you at all. Not able to get you at all? Mrs. Perkins, you didn't say I'm upset. No, 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 it's just that I had to go to the village with you. I left you a note, but obviously you won't know about the note. No, anyway, it all took rather longer than I expected. Down in the village, bad. What's the imperative? He just stands in the front garden and rain. Just as you say it now. I just took it for granted it was yours. See? Well, that you'd been made a start and somebody's had to pop out again. My dear. My dear Lord. Are you all right? Sit down for a minute. Sip some brandy. So, all right in a minute. So, started already. See? I might have known. Should have expected it to be all what's gone for. But it being such a long time now since the last couple move out. Always to have these. One foot inside the door is another side. But no sooner settled than moving on again. All this was sudden. Isn't it, Gilroy? Us locals never got that close. None of our business, was it? So what cause to ask why you fled for? Just about the truth. Said, not the day. Did I? Did she? I'm sorry? Could he? You can smile. Just a name. Good as any other. Nursery rhyme name. Why they first give it to her. When I were a little maid, I used to listen to the old ones talking in the village and telling the tale. Smile. Just smile. Tell me about it. You're right. No. No. Well, a band on her wedding day at the church caused me her say. So much thought in these days. In Goodie's time. Well, even now, possible to imagine the snidings and the whys and wherefores on it written up. This cottage is already prepared, see. So 'tis here she comes and stays. Never ventures. Swearing never to be seen again by another living soul. As the night and in the day was what they beckoned. But not even the night porters and the light ever caught a glimpse of her from wedding day on. Long dead, they finally notices no smoke from her chimney. Echoes behind her rooftop. Long, long no face to her, even in death. It seems grave all her reigns and pain. Even something in her own hand wrote for her soul. Accept the gifts I offer. Accept them, come what may. But one there is, and live to rule. How did you know that? You've never even seen the grave of it. No, I haven't. Mrs. Perkins. Oh, sorry, Mother. Oh, but please. Mrs. Perkins, please.
And his hand turned back in the passageway, something different. The teeth now stood on the landing at the top of the stairs. The bedding it had contained was already neatly stacked in what she'd only just decided should be her linen cupboard. Even before she opened the door, she knew. Sheets, blankets, all freshly laundered and aired, and from them the just remembered fragrance of lavender, dried and secured in sachets of old-fashioned
mm,
camphor, tied with the palest interest.
mm,
It didn't really work for her. She'd already decided not to tell any of it to Dave. And then, several
mm,
minutes later, Steve, did you ask?
mm,
Just a
Well,
I always imagined it like
mm,
more.
didn't I always
mm,
I just hope you're not overdoing things.
I've loved every minute.
mm,
It's almost as though
Well,
mm,
we owed it something.
mm,
Worked in. Maybe. No,
mm,
nothing else back with her.
mm,
I'll just take these coffees.
mm,
is the woman really still coming in to give you a hand?
mm,
Not anymore, darling.
Oh,
Well, her husband
mm,
still. Quite suddenly. She said she can't manage it anymore.
when did you drop that on you?
No, it's recent.
How is
mm.
Then you'll have to look around for somebody else.
No, we don't need anybody else. We don't. You hear me? No, no.
She didn't, of course. If there had been any initial terror, it had long passed. She'd grown to depend on her good fare, take her for granted. It no longer even surprised her to leave the kitchen, to return a few minutes later and find the dishes washed and stacked away, to find a fresh supply of logs in the polished hearth, freshly baked bread and cakes when she entered the pantry. If there was any motive in her continued silence, one had to look no further than David's graveyard. And yet, as the months passed, she felt the need of a wider, less captive audience. Their old friends, Charles and Victoria, proved the opposite sign.
When we got your invitation, Nicky and I had an each-way bet. I love
You tell.
Take my word for it, Stephen. Either they've decided to throw in the rural spot, or...
Or
Yeah, oh, poor David's gone over the orchard wall on his own and is beseeching us to get the spare bedroom. Not that far from the truth. Oh, now come, now, don't mind the business.
you already have them.
No, I am getting a little bit more than hell with the rat race bit. So,
Mm.
I wasn't too keen on ending up with a gun while there's a half full on the old bottle cap and gone on with the gambling out back.
We did have our dad.
Seen as much when we first set foot through the door. This is more than justified. Rather than have worse. I still thank God for the telephone in the village and the hotel that it's striking, just in case.
You see how it's all come out? He's a little thief.
I'll take your word for it, Elsa. Not looking at the condition it's in now.
About 6 months. Just about.
All the good lyrics.
Yes, I suppose it must be a miracle.
You all right, now?
Fine. Everything's fine. Just been stuck in here for a moment, that's all. Charles, Victoria, anything else? No, not another problem, darling. We sent a single 6 months past.
Some blow up, girl.
Oh, sure.
when she remembered her shopping list on the kitchen table. As she passed the half-drawn curtains of the living room window, she caught her first glimpse of her.
Very much older than us. Not very old, she is. Still fine. Such white hair, pulled neatly in a tight bun at her neck. Painted in even whiter, I suppose, by her long black dress, reaching right to the ground. From penny to... And yet, his eyes stretched a little higher over the step. I can just about see the stone floor.
And on tiptoe, peering over the window ledge, Anne saw, peeping out from under the hem of the long net, a pair of black kid shoes, polished. On their front, two very large, silver, shiny buckles. Then Anne looked up. For just a brief moment, their eyes met. And the old lady
Accept the gifts I offer. Accept them come one way, but see but once their given, and live to rue the day.
For God's sake, darling, haven't you made a move yet? Here. Has to be a picture, I'm afraid. Come to that about the only clean crock in the house. And why the hell didn't you let me give you a hand with the dinner things?
Dinner.
Your gourmet specialities certainly go to one hell of a lot of pots and pans. It's bloody chaos down there.
I did.
What?
No, they won't take long.
Well, it's all up to you, I'm afraid. You've overslept as it is. The way things are going lately, it'd be a damn sight better if we cleared the deck before we turned in. On top of which, the damn cat must have knocked the sugar bowl over. It's all over the bloody place. The fire won't catch because the sticks are damp and it rained in the night. So one of us sits or left the living room window off the couch, curtains, carpet, and one of the armchairs are solid. No, hell, love. I don't need to have a clean shirt.
It was that first morning Anne began to realize things were not as they had been. That something was amiss. As much as she tried, the shambles continued. The more she tried, the worse it got. Untidiness became chaos. Chaos turned to filth. She tried, but could do nothing to prevent it.
Nothing, my dear, darling David. Nothing in the world. Simply too out of my hands.
Why?
This lady must be some reason. Beyond reason, my old dearie.
All right. Perhaps I shouldn't have depended on you so much. Taking things for granted. If that's why, it's something that could be put right. Don't laugh at me, damn you! Just don't laugh!
All my doing. I should have told you before. Fighting. Suddenly grown so proud of me. See, I grown tender. She must have realized that. Truly not. She having from the very first day I
You up, huh?
It was in the kitchen we found her, dear Anne. She was wearing her favorite dress. She was smiling at us, so tender and sweet smile. As she swung back and forth from the heavy oak. There was one other thing he was able to win, that first horrendous stroke. The chair she must have climbed on and then jumped from was back in its usual place, below the recently polished wood. And then beneath the chair, something as incongruous as it was bewildering. A pair of shoes, of the old-fashioned kind, much too small for Anne's tiny, low kid leather, polished green, and in the front, two heavy, silver, shiny buckles, and reflecting in their shine, swinging. David married again. Charles and Victoria considered it a very unlikely choice. The new Mrs. Fordyce was quite the opposite of Anne. Sophisticated, poised, almost lofty, she ran her own advertising agency, far too well for the male competitor. On the domestic front, and only in her crisis, she could just about manage to top up a coffee birthday. Thatched cottages gave her hay, and yet the match seemed to work well enough. David Cull preferred.
That was Goody Two Shoes, starring Michael Jackson, David Fordyce, Sandra Clark, Anne, and Daphne Hurst, with Francis Jeter, Victoria, and Nigel Graham, Charles. The Price of Fear was presented by Vincent Price, written by William Ingram, and directed by John Dye. The Price of Fear, brought to you by Vincent Price.
Hello there. You might be aware that as an actor, I've become associated almost entirely with what are known as horror movies. Personally, I don't think that description is quite adequate. I prefer to think of them purely and simply as fantasy, because they are, you know. They just couldn't happen, however vivid your imagination might be. In fact, there are far more macabre or even horrific events happening all around us every day of our lives, but we're just not aware of them. On my travels making movies in all parts of the world, men and women from various walks of life somehow always seem to manage to seek me out and to tell me their own strange experiences, and sometimes even I've been present when some of these frightening events have actually occurred. And now here I am with an opportunity to tell you a few of these stories, sometimes horrific, sometimes with a macabre sense of humor, but always, I promise you, containing the elements of fear. And I've titled, if you'll pardon the liberty, The Price of Fear. Now, my first story, which I called Revelation BC, I only heard about much later, but the details were recounted in such vivid terms by one of the principal characters involved, and I'll leave you to guess which one it was, that I almost knew I was there. It concerned two men, neighbors, with like interests, a similar problem. Their interests were innocent enough, gardening and chess, but the problem they shared, well, was, shall we say, not quite as simple and not as easily solved. Emily was hardly a permitted informant to Albert that they had recently acquired new neighbors. But at the same time, knowing Emily, she'd also probably contributed her own foregone opinion, either scathing, contemptuous, or both. In any event, it wasn't until some weeks after the newcomer's arrival that Albert actually became aware of them. It was a fine day in early spring, and Albert was digging in his beloved garden when the boy came to him across the low wicker fence that divided his domain from his neighbor.
Good morning. You're going to have a nice show there. Oh, good morning. My name's Fred Trevor. Where did you name? At least not you. It's just that, well, this is the first time we got round to introducing ourselves properly.
A shortish, rotund figure, Fred Trevor, offered his tabby pink hand.
My wife, Alice, he tried their social call on one occasion. She got no answer. Sorry about that. We must have been out.
But even as he said it, Albert knew the excuse must have sounded feeble. Emily had probably simply assessed her caller from behind the cover of the curtain and decided that social intercourse with their new neighbors was not to be encouraged. Anyway, Albert rubbed his hands on his dungarees and took Fred's hand in his own. Fred nodded towards the flowers that Albert had been tending.
They're up at the lions, aren't they? Why, yes, they are.
The number of people among Albert's acquaintances who knew anything about dahlias at all could be counted on one hand. But a man who could actually recognize a specific strain before it had even come into bloom was obviously a force to be reckoned with. Fred took in Albert's immaculately tended flower bed, the precision cut in the lawn, and then looked towards his own wilderness.
Lots of work to be done here, of course. The last round. Still, gardening isn't everybody's cup of tea, is it? No, they didn't seem to take much interest. Play chess. What? He didn't even bother to answer that one. Show me a well-ordered garden, and 9 times out of 10, I'll show you a man who plays chess. Well, I wouldn't go that far. But I do, as a matter of fact. Should I? Yeah. Yes, Emily, sometimes I like that very much. Alice doesn't make any interest. Being strangers to the name. Tell you what, if you're not doing anything this Thursday, you might care to come along to our local chess forum. Sounds very grand. Nothing's gone in that oven. Well, I'll never get that into my head, that's for sure.
But for all his good-humored modesty, he had a natural, almost reckless flair for the game, so that as loser paid, Albert usually found himself buying the drinks. The conversation on these occasions was inevitably of the small talk variety. It wasn't until a month after their first evening together that Fred suddenly took it into his head to change all that, and the audacity of it left Albert gasping.
She did need to give you a roasting last night, didn't she? I mean, it hit you more than usual, I think. Really selfless. I'm sorry, sir. Don't know what you're talking about. Of course you do. Your sweet Emily is what I'm talking about. What was it all about, anyway? Just things in general? Or did you actually commit the cardinal sin of forgetting to put the cat out? I really don't know what, but you, our Albert, you seem to forget that apart from putting out comfortable suburban villas within spitting distance of each other, the architect must have had something going for big and big walls. More milk on your series will turn to the sports paper, and it's like you were doing it at our breakfast table instead of your own. I'm sorry about that. Don't be. Every time your sweet Emily gives you a falling out, I'm grateful. I wish you'd stop calling them that. Not so sweet Emily. Why? Why should you be grateful? Why? Because my not so sweet Alice is so busy bending her ear trying to tune into your latest misdemeanor, it gives me a temporary respite from her own scolding tongue. And how did you come to marry her in the first place, anyway? Oh, you really don't tell me you've got other shoes tucked away somewhere. You don't have to tell me. You just have. I know the feeling. Both work for the same firm, Marshall Paper Profits. I was senior accountant, and Emily, a plodding typist. How did you know? It's a classic situation, isn't it? Switch firms and you've got amicably too deep. Plain, quiet, subdued, upright mind. Conversation seldom went beyond the weather. I bet she only ever read the newspapers on alternate days. You're probably right. But then, well, I was getting on a bit. Always did feel there was something to be said for a marriage being an arrangement, not a romance. And so, married them. I was surprised to find you plain, quiet, subdued woman. Can't turn into a shrew overnight. Have another drink. I don't think we'll. The wires will be expecting me, which is exactly why we're going to. This time it's on me. Two of the same, please.
While they waited for their drinks, no word was spoken. And yet, out of their silence, there seemed to grow a new understanding. An understanding at once sympathetic and, to a degree, conspiratorial. They were like two men who had come to terms with the fact that they faced a common enemy. It was a recognition that Albert would have preferred not to acknowledge, so that when the drinks eventually arrived, he did his best to refute it.
Thanks. About what you were saying, Fred. About what you were saying. We, well, what? Well, things could have turned out a tad sideways from the pair of us. Left on the shelf, maybe. We should be so lucky. All right. So we both thought we were fairly one kind of person and ended up marrying another and wishing to God we hadn't. Well, we're not exactly Gregory Peck, are we? I mean, it's a damn sight better than being left out in the cold.
cloud passed across the moon, and the drama being enacted below the Warren's garden was lost to view. They both stood there for a long time, scarcely breathing, but when the cloud had passed and the garden was once again bathed in the moon's ghostly light, there was nothing to be seen. Whatever had happened, had happened. It was apparently over, but not for Alice Taylor. He let sleeping dogs lie had never been her favorite motto, so that after 3 days without sight or sound of Emily Warren, Alice decided to take matters into her own hands.
I don't care what you think or what you don't think, Stephen. 3 whole days. I'm not a sign of it. Respectable, God-fearing citizens need no choice. No choice at all.
Come on, John, look what you're likely to do. Mr. Warren, sir, the lady was only doing her duty. Guilty, my maximum, as she thought fit. And this treatment, nothing but a nosy, deadly old lady. As any law-abiding, conscientious citizen would. But as a result of which you move in here with your Gestapo and start tearing the place apart. Look at my garden. 2 years within that law. My God, you're starting on my day, you see. Their own doing, I'm afraid, sir. You'd chosen to cooperate in the first place. Cooperate? I'm not. I'm confessing to an act that's convention. Let's get it straight, shall we, Inspector? It's not the time, not all for making your unpleasant duty a little less unpleasant for you. For both of us. But once got to draw the line somewhere. Your wife is missing, sir. On your own admission, on a sight or sound of her for 3 days. Not since the night. People saw. Oh, this was very so. And for God's sake, Mr. City. Get these vandals out of my house, not my property. Oh, you took a seat. But she's missing. If by this you mean that she's gone away, and I am at present uncertain of her whereabouts, I proceed to say, excuse me, sir. But what is it? I'll make a start down here. Why not take a peek in the cocktail cabinet in the cellar? Doctor, sir. Please, sir. Mr. Warren, with me. Her name, the right-hand side of the door. Right, when you've got things going down there, we'll see if they've come up with anything in the garden. We're right, sir. Right, you lot. Not a sledgehammer, for God's sake. Nice. Having conceded the fact that your wife is missing, but she's gone away, how do you account for her absence? No, I can't. It's simply fact as you placed you the night of birthday. You know, of course, she was very heavily insured. Fairly heavily insured. We both were, but I'm still standing here, and that you are the sole beneficiary. It's a fairly common arrangement between husband and wife, but fairly common. And this blood stain on the carpet, sir, near the window. I've already explained. It's my own. I gashed my hand when I was replacing the broken thing. And we can check that. I've no doubt when you finish tearing the house apart and found nothing, you'll eventually get round. Sir, not a very expert job, sir, is it? It needed fixing in a hurry. No, I happen to be allergic to draught. Draught, sir? What, in high sun? I'm very susceptible. Sir? Yes, well, Constable. From the garden, sir, they found the trunk right in the center of the lawn, more or less just where the tree was first indicated. And I took the liberty of examining it properly, sir. And, well, man, a dead cat. What? Dead cat. So, I'm guilty of burying a dead cat. What's the penalty, Inspector? The hangman's noose. A life sentence, no option. You were very invasive, Mr. Watson. Unless you deny that you buried anything, because I didn't think it was any of your death. The animal's head smashed in, sir. Mr. Warren, I'm not in the habit of examining dead cats. All right. If you must know, I happen to be allergic to cats. The cat was your wife's. That's significant in my view. It's my theory, sir, that after you killed your wife, you then killed the cat. Why should I do that? Perhaps because it would always remind you of your wife. Perhaps because the creature had witnessed the disposal of the body of one leader's constable. Sir, you'll be up for promotion if you're not careful, Constable. Anything else to report? Not a thing, sir. Covered everything from house top to bottom, garden into it. I see. In that case, we better call it a day. Well, we'll naturally be over at your place, Red. Smart thinking. But you're sure Harris didn't suspect anything? Not a chance. Never goes down into the cellar. On account of the spiders, you see.
Yeah.
Trevor, over here. That's it. Nice of the police to leave this road. Roll her in there. Indeed. Leave her nothing. Sure. One fine Russian charge. Russians. Foot and a half. We'll all be back in the morning to look at your property. Would you believe it? The old cow's mouth is still open. I need to close it. No need. Let's just finish for her, shall we? Funny to think, a year from now, my Alice will be going the same way. You have to wait. It's what we agreed. What we agreed. That should do it. Checkmate, game, and match, eh? Albert, Fred, one thing. How could it be? You didn't really mean what you said. I've never played chess with you. At the time, took a lot of work, that all, after lakeside, you know. Now, well, we're partners, aren't we? I'll set up the boards in my house. Why not?
Alfred followed Fred up the cellar steps. If he had a thought at all, it was only to remember the old habit. The effect that the safest place for hiding is where no one will ever look. And the second safest place, where they've looked already. When Albert reached the top of the steps, he switched off the light. He never looked back.
That was Vincent Price, bringing you the price of fear. Also starring in the story remains to be seen were Mervyn Johns, Michael Quinn, Clive Swift, and Avril Haggard, with Diana Bishop and Robin Brown. Remains to be seen was first encountered by Jack Ritchie, dramatized by William Ingram, and produced by John Dines.
mm, 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 Mm. Mm. mm, 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 mm.
Someone was detected at the front door. Someone was detected at the front door.